Welcome to Vantage Point Video YouTube Live. This is the Carlow Car Club Hillclimb, round 7, and tomorrow round 8 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship. We are looking at the second half of the practice run, and we have a fixed camera here at the Hairpin. The hill is a bit slippery, it's raining at the moment, but we're hoping for the weather to clear and the hill to dry up. So here's the first scene, just making the way up the hill. So enjoy the live action, and we're going to be with you with run 1 of round 7 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025 as soon as it starts. Thanks for watching. So you're just seeing the second batch of cars of the practice run going down the hill, back down to the start line. So soon run 1 is about to start. Thank you again for tuning in to Vantage Point Video, Facebook and YouTube Live. This is round 7 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. And we thank you very much for watching. You're very welcome to round 7 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. We're in Carlow and the weather is starting to improve a little bit. I think it stopped raining. We're just waiting for the hill to dry up a bit. Apparently it's quite slippy is the feedback I got from some drivers after the practice run. We're now waiting for the cars to go up for run 1. So the first batch of cars will be up the hill shortly. We're going to, yeah, here's the first car.
Past the rerun, by the road picking up to go around his neck. Aye. You know, when you look at water. Oh yeah, yeah, like a lemon. Bigger handy. I know them. Huh? Down. Take it down here.
Is the bike marshal coming up the hill? So the first half of run one has gone up, and we're just waiting for Daryl to bring the cars back down so that the second batch of cars can make their way up the hill for the first timed run. We have a few results for you, so we're just going to keep an eye on that hairpin bend, and Senan is getting into position as well. So I'm going to check on the first results that we have now after the first batch of run one, and then we'll see the second batch of cars go up the hill. Thanks for tuning in to round 7 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025, hosted by the Carlow Car Club. So the first batch of results I have here is obviously not complete. It's just the cars that have gone up so far, but I'm going to read them out to you anyway. So I think we have all the cars that went up. So currently leading is Christopher Snow with 1:16.63. Brian Kerwin in his Peugeot 205, sorry, Christopher Snow in the Honda Civic. Brian Kerwin in his Peugeot 205 rear-wheel drive, 1:18.97. Willie Barrett in his Honda FN Type R, 1:20.87. David Dempsey in the Mitsubishi Evo, 1:22.16. Jay Delaney in the Honda Civic VTE, 1:23.04. Ray Cunningham in the Morris Mini, 1:23.99. Tommy Gardner in the Honda Civic VTE, 1:24.61. Dave Hughes in the Honda Civic, 1:25.01. Jack Handrick in the Swift, 1:25.63. Piers Hendrick in the Honda Civic VTE, 1:25.63. Graham Bradley in the Honda Civic, 1:27.41. Michael Tumulty in the Peugeot 106 GTI, 1:28.36. Connor Keane in the Talbot Sunbeam, 1:28.93. John Hackett in the Mini Marcos, 1:32.69. Paddy Milet in the Citroen VTR 8 valve, 1:33.87. Cian McDonald in the Ford Ka, 1:34.60. Donald O'Sullivan in the Honda Civic VTI, 1:36.66. William Fogarty in the Fiat 127, 1:37.61. Michael Furlong in the BMW Mini Cooper, 1:38.82. Elaine Cohen in her Starlet, 1:38.92. Pat Knox in the Peugeot 106 GTI, 1:40.24. Robert Cummins in the Seicento, 1:41.21. Johnny Murray in the Fiat Cinquecento, 1:44.30, and Kiva White in the Seicento, 1:47.00. They are all on equal points at the moment in the championship standings, so it's all there to play for in this class. Ethan Mulcahy then in the Seicento, 1:47.92. Jack Kelly in the junior class in his Ford Fiesta, 1:53.33, and then Ray Fitzgerald in the Seicento, 1:54.50. And here's the cars coming back down the hill. Thankfully, it has stopped raining, so here's to the road drying up a bit and being less slippy. So there was 27 entries in the first batch of cars that went up the hill. And as soon as we see Daryl clearing the hill after this batch goes down, we'll have the second batch of cars for you of round 7 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb Sprint Championship 2025 here on Vantage Point Video YouTube Live. And here we see Brian Kerwin, Willie Barrett. So thanks again for tuning in, and we're ready for the second half of run 1.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So we're just waiting for the bike marshal to come down. While we're waiting, I'm just going to play you another clip of the championship class sponsors.
Complete lack of common sense, of course. Yeah. for a week or fortnight ago. Yeah, no worries. Send it to you again. There's some kind of hit for
think this is the gap before the single seaters go up the hill. So when the single seaters are left onto the track, no other cars must be on it. So once this last car we saw has crossed the finish line, they'll let the single seaters loose. This might be either an official's car, looks like an official's car making their way up the hill to see is everything on track. They are talking to one of the marshals there now on at the hairpin. While we're waiting for run 2 of round 7 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025, I'll refresh my results sheet and have a look whether we have all the results in yet. Sounds like the bike marshal is going up now to bring those cars down. That was the second batch of run 1 of the Carlow Car Club Hillclimb 2025. I'm just making sure we have all the drivers on the sheet before I read out the results for you. It might actually be a little interruption. So the bike marshal has gone up. We're just going to see what happens and whether he's going to be bringing the cars down. I'm going to read out the results that I have here now. So leading the timesheet at the moment is Billy White in his Renault Formula. Or Renault Roger, as it's called. It's with 1:13.89. That's the time to beat today. He's followed by Christopher Snow in his Honda Civic, 1:16.63. Then we have Russell Stanworth in his Renault Formula, 1:18.34. Brian Kerwin then in the Peugeot 205 rear-wheel drive, 1:18.87. Ed Sinnen in his Ford Escort, 119.10. Willie Barrett in his Honda FN Type R, 120.87. Siobhan McCann in her Ray 86F, 121.20. Declan Gannon in his Ford R5 Fiesta, 121.24. Keith Cullen in his Honda Civic EK4, 122.02. David Dempsey in his Mitsubishi Evo, 122.16. Jay Delaney in the Honda Civic VTE 123.04. John Pettit in the Darien T90 GTR 123.25. Ray Cunningham in his Morris Mini 123.99. James Morris in his Darien T90 GTR 124.19. Tommy Gardner in his Honda Civic VTE 124.61. Dave Hughes in his Honda Civic 125.01. Jack Hendrick in the Suzuki Swift 125.63. Pierce Hendrick in the Honda Civic VTE 125.63. Paul Cullen in the Opel Corsa 126.83. Graham Bradley in the Honda Civic 127.41. Clive Bradshaw in the Peugeot 106 GTI 128.30. John Farrell in the Ford Escort RS2 128.30. Michael Tumulty in the Peugeot 106 GTI 128.36. Then we have Kieran Burke in the Ford Escort 128.91. Connor Keane in the Talbot Sunbeam 128.93. Stephen Brennan in the Honda Civic Type, that's all we have, Honda Civic 131.09. Martin O'Dowd in the Toyota Corolla 131.55. Chris Snow in the Honda Civic 132.26. Good to have you back, Chris. Seamus Anderson in the Ford Anglia 132.39. John Hackett in the Mini Marcos 132.69. Gary Bradley in the Ford Escort 133.12. Paddy Milet in the Citroen VTR 8-valve 133.87. Kean MacDonald in the Ford Ka 134.60. Andy Purser in the Peugeot 205 134.76. John F. Golden in the Austin Cooper S 136.43. Donald O'Sullivan in the Honda Civic VTI 136.66. William Fogarty in the Fiat 127 137.61. Michael Furlong in the BMW Mini Cooper 138.82. Elaine Cohen in the Starlet 138.92. Pat Knox in the Peugeot 106 GTI 140.24. Robert Cummins in the Fiat Seicento 141.21. Johnny Murray in the Cinquecento 144.30. Kiva White then in her Seicento 147.00. Ethan Mukahi in the Seicento 147.92. Jack Kelly in the Ford Fiesta 153.33. And Ray Fitzgerald in the Seicento 154.50. over reading the results. I missed now whether the bike marshal has gone back down or not. This is the second batch of run 1 of round 7 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025, hosted by the Carlow Car Club. It's actually quite humid today here in Carlow, but thankfully it has stopped raining, so you can see from this angle that the track is drying up nicely. So the drivers should be delighted to hear that, and we should see some improvements in the times. I think we're at least waiting for that officials van to come back down again. So I think there might have been an interruption. Here's another car coming up the hill now. So while we're waiting for the action to return, I'm going to play a clip of the sponsors for you.
Here at the Hairpin tree, yeah. Oh, there's actually
So this seems to be a bit of a longer interruption. Please bear in mind that this might just be the crowd that cleans up the track. It's not necessarily the ambulance, and they weren't pushed to go up too fast. So I'm guessing it's only damage on the last car that we saw going up. I'm gonna play you the classes or the class points as they stand at the moment. So these are the championship contenders in class order. I believe we're good to go again. I paused the video there for you. This is the championship sponsors once more, and as soon as the bike marshal gives us the go ahead, I'm actually not sure whether he's going to go up again because he just came down with the recovery truck, so we might be in for some more action very quickly. Thanks again for tuning in. This is run 1A of the round 7 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb Sprint Championship 2025, hosted by the Carlow Car Club. Thanks for watching. Yeah, so here's the bike marshal going up once more. As soon as he comes down and gives us the thumbs up, we'll be providing you with either the rest of the second half of run 1, or he'll bring the cars back down to clear the track for run 2. We'll soon find out. So here you see the cars coming down the hill now. That's the second batch of the first run of round 7 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb Sprint Championship 2025. As soon as these cars and the bike marshal have made their way back into the paddock, we'll get the go-ahead for round 2, or the first batch of round 2 to make their way up the hill. Thanks again for tuning in on Benchpoint Video YouTube Live. Here's John Farrell. We'll be back with some action of round 2 for you shortly. That's the signal we were waiting for. Thank you, Daryl, for letting us know that run 2 is about to commence. So as soon as those cars have made their way back down, we're going to see the first batch of run 2 of round 7 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb Sprint Championship 2025, hosted by the Carlow Car Club. Thanks again for tuning in and enjoy the action. So this was the first batch of run 2 of round 7 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb Sprint Championship 2025, hosted by the Carlow Car Club. We haven't got results yet of the second timed run. I keep refreshing here for you, but I'm sure they'll be up shortly. So that was Daryl, the bike marshal, going up the hill. So he's going to bring those cars that have gone up the hill now for the second timed run back down to the paddock, and then he's going to let the second batch of cars make their way up the hill. So while we wait for them to come down, I'm just gonna put up the sponsors here for you and refresh my time so I can give you the latest update on those. Just in case you're wondering how much it is to sponsor a class for the Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship, it's €250 for the year, and you'll be featured in our programs at the prize giving and the championship launch every year. Classes 9 and 10 are still available if you'd be interested in sponsoring those. And just in case you're wondering where we are this weekend, we are near Ballinabrana. The paddock is actually quite close to the GAA club, I believe, and there's a quarry nearby that we can see from the paddock. So if you want to come down to County Carlow, come to Ballinabrana, and you can have a look at certain positions on the hill. Stay safe, obviously, or you can come down to the paddock and see what's going on during the day. So let me just refresh the times here for you. There isn't times up for run 2 yet. So while we watched the cars coming back down the hill, we heard through the grapevine that a few of the cars that went up might be getting a rerun for run 2. So if you happen to see them again, don't be surprised. And that might also be the reasons that the times aren't up yet. So we're just going to hang on in there and see who's going to be sent up the hill next.
Open this up.
This is obviously not a competitor or an official. They are letting these locals through the relief road that we have here set up next to us, actually. So this horse box is going to come past me there in a minute. And Daryl, the bike marshal, is with them. So if we see Daryl go back down the hill, the 3 cars you've just seen go down are going to get the reruns. These reruns happen when one car catches another car or is being held up by another car. So then they can ask to get a rerun, because it's not fair on either of the drivers if they have someone in their mirror or ahead of them which would slow them down or not be helpful for them to have someone behind them. So that might be the reason why these 3 cars are getting a rerun. You might have copped on there. I was surprised myself about one car coming up the hill right after another. So I think that was one of the cars that we've just seen go down. So I'm guessing that Daryl, as soon as this horse trailer has passed us, which is happening now, they will put up the safety bands there on the relief strip, and Daryl is then either going to go up and get the other cars for the second batch of run 2, or he's going to go down the hill and let the 3 cars that we've just seen go down have another go at run 2. If you want to see our setup, here we are. You can see me waving. That's our setup. Our caravan is powered by our electric MG ZS lurking behind it there. And I'm looking at a field full of cows. And there was a hare here earlier. Very, very nice. So greetings from Carlow. And we're waiting to see what Daryl does next. Okay, Daryl is going down the hill, so we're going to see the rerun of these 3 cars. And I'm guessing that then the rest of the first batch of run 2 will go up the hill, and then we'll have a little break where the cars will go down back into the paddock, and the second batch of cars will be let up. So thanks again for tuning in to Vantage Point Video YouTube Live. This is round 7 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb Sprint Championship 2025, hosted by the Carlow Car Club. and we're in Ballinabrana, County Carlow. And thank you very much for tuning in. So this was the first batch of round 2 of round 7 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025, hosted by the Carlow Car Club. I'm refreshing the times there for you so I can present you with the changes that have taken place during the first part of the second timed run. Unfortunately, they're not up yet. So Daryl, the bike marshal, has just gone up the hill and he's going to take the first batch of cars that went up back down. No times there yet. I hope that'll be refreshed soon, and then I'll give you all the times that we have. I'm keeping an eye on the track to switch over to the cars coming back down the hill so you can see who has gone up already for this second timed run of round 7 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025 here in Ballinabrana. It has stopped raining. I think I can confirm that now because I'm also seeing blue skies. That's a good sign for the rest of the day. Hopefully the track will dry up nicely soon because apparently it was very slippery in the practice run. So let's hope that's it now for today and that we can look forward to more improvements on the times. So here is the first batch of cars that has gone up the hill in run 2. So leading the pack for run 2 is Christopher Snow in his Civic 115.52. Brian Kerwin is Peugeot 205 rear-wheel drive 116.39. Willie Barrett in the Honda FN Type R 117.41. Shay Delaney in the Honda Civic VTE 117.78. David Dempsey in the Mitsubishi Evo 118.01. Tommy Gardner in the Honda Civic VTE 120.11. David Hughes in the Honda Civic 121.43. Piers Hendrick in the Honda Civic VTE 122.51. Jack Hendrick in the Suzuki Swift 123.22. Graham Bradley in the Honda Civic 123.79. Connor Keane in the Talbot Sunbeam 124.45. Michael Tumulty in the Peugeot 106 GTI 125.33. Chris Snow in the Civic 127.57. Paddy Milet in the Citroen VTR 8-valve 129.82. William Fogarty in the Fiat 127 133.30. Donald O'Sullivan in the Honda Civic VTI 133.62. Cian McDonald in the Ford Ka 134.59. Michael Furlong then in the BMW Mini Cooper 135.93. Pat Knox in the Peugeot 106 GTI 138.60. I'm going to show you the cars coming back down the hill. 1 second. So here we go. Where was I? Neil McDonald in the Ford Ka 134.59. Michael Furlong in the Mini Cooper 135.93. Pat Knox in the Peugeot 106 GTI 138.60. Robert Cummins in the Seicento 138.78. Johnny Murray in the Cinquecento 140.23. Ethan Mulcahy in the Seicento 142.33. And Kinga White in the Seicento 142.74. Jack Kelly then in the Junior class in the Sport Fiesta 148.52. And Ray Fitzgerald in the Seicento 154.46. So this is the first batch of cars of run 2, the second timed run. Our leader overall at the moment is still Billy White. I don't have his time here now. Oh, here it is. So his fastest time so far 1:13.89. That's the time to beat today. Christopher Snow has made a good effort in run 2 with 1:15.52. So over a second faster than in his first run. So we're just waiting for Darren to come down the hill and let the second batch of cars for the second time run make their way up the track. Hill, I should say. We have one fixed camera on the exciting hairpin bend, very close to the bottom of the hill, very close to the start line. And then Senan is a bit below that between the hairpin and the start line, giving us nice footage from there as well. And maybe tomorrow we'll have another 1 or 2 different impressions for you off the hill. I'm being told that Daryl actually already has gone down, so it'll only be a matter of minutes or seconds for the second batch of run 2 to make their way up. And I hear a car on the hill. Thanks for watching.
possibly the gap ahead of the single seaters. Hello everyone, I still have a voice.
Yeah, thanks to Senan there. That was spot on. That was the gap before the single seaters, and we've seen them all go up the hill. So it was Siobhan McCann first, then Billy White, Russell Stanworth, and Enda Byrne. Unfortunately, neither the official nor my own personal weather forecast were correct. So we're in for more dampness here in Carlow. It should it should be better tomorrow though. So we're in for a little bit of more wetness. I'm just going to wait for the times to update to give you the whole updated times after run two.
Ronnie,
Not at all, no, Grant.
sure?
Thanks, I'll pull gear. Cheers.
So we're just waiting for the times to update there. I'm checking both the overall as well as the run two times, but we're not there yet. While Daryl went up to get those cars to come back down. I might just show you the sponsors for now and hope that then by the times they have all run through, we have the updated times after the second timed run. So bear with us and I give you the times as soon as we have them. Thank you very much for tuning in. Round 7 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025, hosted by the Carlow Car Club here in Ballinabrana. Class 9 and 10, like I said, still available for grabs. Here are the cars coming back down now. So we have the times now for run 2. Let's see whether the overall sheet has updated as well. It hasn't just yet, so I'll just read out the times of run 2 while we're watching the cars come back down the hill. Just make sure you can hear me. Yeah, I think you should be able to. So leading is still Billy White with an even better time than run 1, 1:12:02. Then we have Siobhan McCann, 1:14:87. Ed Sinan, 1:15:51. Christopher Snow, 1:15:52. Brian Corwin, 1:16:39. Russell Stanworth, 1:16:70. Declan Gannon, 1:16:96. Willie Barrett, 1:17:41. Shay Delaney, 1:17:78. David Dempsey, 1:18:01. John Pettit, 1:18:85. Here's Daryl coming back down again now. So I'll try and keep an eye on the track while I'm reading out the times for you, and then we'll go back and give you more live action from the hill. Then we have Tommy Gardner, 1:20:11. Keith Cullen, 1:20:54. Dave Hughes, 1:21:43. Seamus Morris, 1:22:14. Ray Cunningham, 1:22:15. Pierce Hendrick, 1:22:51. Jack Hendrick, 1:23:22. Clive Bradshaw, 1:23:49. Graham Bradley, 1:23:79. Paul Cullen, 1:23:93. Connor Keane, 1:24:45. Gary Bradley, 1:24:95. Michael Tumulty, 1:25:33. Martin O'Dowd, 1:25:64. Stephen Brennan, 1:26:71. Chris Snow, 1:27:57. Kieran Burke, 1:27:71. John Hackett, 1:27:84. Andy Purser, 1:29:64. Paddy Milet, 1:29:82. Seamus Anderson, 1:30:71. Enda Byrne, 1:32:09. William Fogarty, 1:33:30. Donald O'Sullivan, 1:33:62. John F. Golden, 1:34:41. Keane MacDonald, 1:34:59. Michael Furlong, 1:35:93. Pat Knox, 1:38:60. Robert Cummins, 1:38:78. Johnny Murray, 1:40:23. Ethan Mukahi, 1:42:33. Kiva White, 1:42:74. Jack Kelly, 1:48:52. And Ray Fitzgerald in the junior class, 1:54:46. He will be joined tomorrow in the junior class by Aaron Kerwin, I'm told. So that's a little battle we can look forward to. They both did very well in Mondello, and I believe there's a car back on the hill. Thanks very much for tuning in, and enjoy the action. It seems there's a little interruption here now, so while we're waiting for the road to be cleared again, I will just give you some more information. So, unfortunately, the weather has worsened, as you can see and hear. I just turn off the splashing sound. Yeah, that's better. So, there's a little interruption here. We're in the middle of run 3, first half of run 3, and the bike marshal is just going up to see what happened. I believe the track has gotten a lot slippery now with the rain coming down. We all have a thought for the marshals and the camera people that have to stand outside while we're all cozy in our living rooms or wherever you are, and me in my caravan. So thanks for everybody who came out today to either work or volunteer for the event. And of course, the drivers and the officials that make this event happen. This is round 7 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb Sprint Championship 2025. We're in Ballinabrana in County Carlow. And yeah, we're just waiting to see how long this interruption will be. What I can give you is the upcoming hill climbs for the rest of the season. So this is the Carlow weekend now. Then we have in 2 weeks' time, actually. So June is full of racing fun. In 2 weeks' time, we have the Westmeath Hill Climb on the 27th and the 29th of June. And then on the 23rd and 24th of August, the Connacht Hill Climb, which is usually near Sligo. Then there is also 2 non-championship events. One is on the 12th and 13th of July, the Galway Hill Climb, and then the 6th and 7th of September, the Donegal Hill Climb. In a beautiful setting. I don't know whether you've been to the Donegal Hill Climb, but it's always worth a trip if you have time. And if you want to marshal or get involved in the motor clubs, or indeed are interested in entering, you can get loads of information on the website of the Irish Hill Climb Committee, on their Facebook pages. Then you can check with all the different motor clubs that organize the events or host the events, whom to contact for to become a marshal or to become involved or to volunteer or enter the event. I'm going to have a look whether we have the updated overall times. And then I'm also going to give you the classes of the drivers. We do indeed. So I'm just going to go ahead and give you those. On the leading today is Billy White, 1:12.02. That was his fastest run of his fastest time in run 2. He is competing in class 7. Then we have Siobhan McCann in her Ray. Billy is driving the Renault Formula, Renault Roger. Siobhan McCann is driving her Ray. She's competing in class 6. Her best time 1:14.87. Ed Sinnen then in his Ford Escort, class 10, 1:15.51. Christopher Snow in his Honda Civic, class 3A, 1:15.81 in run, 1:15.52, which was his run 2 time. Brian Kerwin is competing in Class 3A in his Peugeot 205 rear-wheel drive. His best time so far is 1:16.39 in run 2. Then we have Russell Stanworth, Class 7 in his Reynard Formula. It's his best time so far 1:16.70 in run 2. Declan Gannon in his Ford R5 Fiesta is competing in Class 10. His best time so far 1:16.96. Willie Barrett in his Honda FN Type R, Class 3B. His best time 1:17.41, run 2. You can see that the run 2 times were the best times so far. The track was almost dry. For example, when you look at Willie Barrett, his run 3 time is 1:20.70. So that's what the rain does to a car event or car race. Excuse me. So next up we have Willie Barrett. He is competing in class 3B in his Honda FN Type R. His best time also run to 1:17:41. Then we have Shay Delaney in his Honda Civic VTE competing in class 2, 1:17:78. David Dempsey in his Mitsubishi Evo class 3B, 1:18:01. John Pettit in his Lorian T90 GTR competes in class 9B. 1:18:85 is his best time so far. Tommy Gardner is competing in class 3A in his Honda Civic VTE. His best time run 2, 1:20:11. Keith Collin in his Honda Civic EK4 competes in class 8B. His best time 1:20:54. Dave Hughes in his Honda Civic competes in class 9B. And his best time so far 1:21:43 recorded in run 2. Seamus Morris then in his Darien T90 GTR competes in class 10 and his best time so far 1:22:14. Ray Cunningham then competing in class 1A in his Morris Mini 1:22:15. Piers Hendrick is competing in class 2 in his Honda Civic VTE. His best time so far 1:22:51. Jack Hendrick in his Suzuki Swift competes in class 1A. His best time so far 1:23:22. Clive Bradshaw in his Peugeot 106 GTI is competing in class 8B. His best time so far 1:23:49. Graham Bradley in his Honda Civic competes in class 2. His best time so far 1:23:79. Then we have Paul Cullen in his Opel Corsa. He is competing in class 8A. 1:23:93 is his best time so far. Connor Keane in his Talbot Sunbeam competes in class 4. 1:24:45. Gary Bradley in the Ford Escort competes in class 9B and his best time so far 1:24:95. Michael Tumulty in his Peugeot 106 GTI competes in class 2 and his best time 1:25:33. Martin O'Dowd in his Toyota Corolla is competing in class 8B 1:25:64. Stephen Brennan in his Honda Civic is competing in class 9B 1:26:71. Chris Snow in the Honda Civic in class 2 1:27:57. Kieran Burke in his Ford Escort competes in class 8A and his best time so far 1:27:71. John Hackett in the Mini Marcos class 4 1:27:84. John Farrell in his Ford Escort RS2 class 4 has only one recorded time, run 1:28:30. Then we have Andy Purser in his Peugeot 205 competing in class 8 1:29:64. Paddy Milet in his Citroen VTR 8 valve also competes in class 8A and his best time so far 1:29:82. Seamus Anderson then in the Ford Anglia, also class 8A. His best time so far 1:30:71. And Byrne in the Formula V competes in class 5. His best time so far, or his only recorded time so far, was run 2 1:32:09. William Fogarty in his Fiat 127 class 1A. His best time 1:33:30. Donald O'Sullivan in the Honda Civic VTI in class 8B 1:33:62. John F. Golden in his Austin Cooper S class 4 1:34:41. John F. Golden in his Cooper S. We had him before, didn't we? Sorry, I'm getting confused. 1:34:41. Then we have Cian McDonald in his Ford Ka class 1A 1:34:59. Michael Furlong in his BMW Mini Cooper class 1J 1:35:93. Pat Knox in his Peugeot 106 GTI class 2 138.60. Robert Cummings in the Seicento 1B 138.78. Elaine Kerwin then in her Starlet Class 1A 138.92. Johnny Murray in his Fiat Cinquecento 1B 140.23. Ethan Mulcahy then in the Seicento Class 1B 142.33. Kiva White in her Seicento 142.74. Jack Kelly in his Ford Fiesta 1J 148.52. And Ray Fitzgerald in the Seicento competing in Class 1B 154.46. I'm going to continue presenting you the championship contenders in class order. We had stopped the video when Johnny Murray went through, so I'm going to continue on from there, and we're going to be back with you as soon as the track is clear. Thank you very much for watching. Again, this is round 7 of the Carlow of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025, hosted by the Carlow Motor Club.
not gonna drive quickly.
So here we just saw the bike marshal accompanying the motorsport rescue crowd back into their spot between where Senan is, the camera you are looking at now, and the hairpin. They're going to tuck in there now, and as soon as Daryl goes back down and gives us the thumbs up, we know that run 3 will commence, or continue, I should say. As I said before, at the moment, Billy White is leading the pack. His fastest time was 1:12:02, recorded in run 2, but the second batch of cars for run 3 obviously hasn't been up yet. We have a few times of the cars that have gone up in run 3. Willie Barrett is the fastest with a recorded time of 1:20:70. Then we have Brian Cowan, 1:22:99. Then Christopher Snow, 1:25:81. Chris Snow, 1:31:96. Cian McDonald, 1:35:26. Pat Knox, 1:42:04. Kiva White, 1:49:88. And Ethan Mukahi, 1:50:54. So that's all the times we have at the moment from run 3. And we're waiting for the second batch of the first batch of run 3 to be let up the hill. We might have a different camera angle for you then after this one has finished. Like I said, it's dry now again at the moment and I see blue skies. Let's hope that it will stay that way and that the road will dry up. I'm going to give you another look at the championship sponsors while we're waiting, and hopefully soon we will have more cars go up for their third timed run. Thanks again for tuning in to round 7 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. and you're tuned into YouTube Live, Bunch Point Video YouTube Live. Thanks again for tuning in. Classes 9B and 10 are still available for sponsorship. So if you want to think about sponsoring classes 9B or 10 of the Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship, get in touch with the Hillclimb Commission. Our championship sponsor is Alekto. Alekto provide an electrical design, build and software development service to some of Ireland's leading production machine building companies, and they also integrate end-of-line packaging systems to Irish manufacturing sites. I'm going to give you a rundown of the different classes later on, but I have heard through the grapevine again from Senan, who's our ear to the ground, shall we say, that we will soon have cars on the hill again for run 3 of round 7. And here we go. So this was the first half of run 3 of round 7 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. Let's see whether we have some more times for you. There's not much there yet. Currently leading is still Billy White. His fastest time 1:12:02, recorded in run 2. But obviously the single seaters are yet to come out for their third timed run. We're just going to wait here for the cars to come back down and for the second batch of cars of run 3 to be led up the hill. I'm going to switch over to the camera angle where you see them come through the hairpin as soon as they are there. And I'm also refreshing the times for you to see, have we got an update on the run 3 times. But there's still not any more than we had just a moment ago since the interruption, so we're just gonna have to hang on in there. I'm already regretting that I made another comment about the weather because it's darkening again, and I have a feeling there might be more rain today. But hopefully now tomorrow will be bright and sunny with the dry road for the competitors to go up on. I can hear the cars getting ready to come down. So I'm going to switch over. But while they're coming down, I'm going to keep refreshing the times so that I can pass them on to you. You can also look them up yourself on timing.irishhillclimb.com. And they are separated by the different runs, and you have the overall time sheet showing all the what seems to be 47 competitors that signed on today. There might be some more tomorrow. Like I said, Aaron Kerwin is having another outing tomorrow, and we're looking forward to seeing him. So we'll keep an eye on the track for you and also on the times. And thank you very much for tuning in round 7 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025. We have some more times here, so I'm just going to read them out. This is just the run 3 times that we've recorded so far. Willie Barrett, 1:20.70. Brian Kerwin, 1:22.99. Tommy Gardner, 1:24.08. Christopher Snow, 1:25.81. Graham Bradley 126.59, Michael Tumulty 127.31, Chris Snow 131.96, Paddy Milet 132.82, Cian MacDonald 135.26, Mark No Doubt 136.55, Michael Furlong 137.81, Donald O'Sullivan 138.25, Pat Knox 142.04, Robert Cummins 144.27, Kiva White 149.88, Ethan Mukahi 150.54, Ray Fitzgerald 156.41, and Jack Kelly 157.55. I see that Daryl has gone down the hill. So we're very much looking forward to the second batch of cars of the third timed run of round 7 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb and Sprint Championship 2025 going up the hill here in Carlow. Thank you very much for tuning in to Vantage Point Video YouTube Live and enjoy the action. Seems there's another interruption here. Now I'm just... Oh no, I hear a car on the hill now, so let's just see what's happening. Oh, and I was muted all the time. So great. You haven't heard me say that I'm not going to make any prognosis about the weather anymore because it's raining again, and only one single seater braved it out into the elements today for run three, which was Russell Stanworth. All the others must have thought they would probably not go faster than run two, so they might as well stay dry or as dry as we can in these conditions. Yeah, so no more weather prognosis from me. I'm going to switch over to the other camera so that you don't get dizzy over what you're seeing there. I don't know what Sen is doing, whether he's counting crows again. Oh, he's actually moving. I forgot. He said that he was going to move to a different position to give you another angle of the hill. So that's why we had this footage just now. I'm still refreshing the timesheet to see have we got all the run three times in. But we're still waiting for Russell's time, and I want to wait until we have that before I give you the overall standings. It's not there yet, but I might as well show you the cars coming down the hill while we're waiting. Here you can see Senna in the shot, getting wet, just like the marshals and the officials and our championship photographer Martin Gallagher. He doesn't need sun cream today. Yeah, we don't need to hear the downpour. Uh, I wonder how many cars will come out now for run four. Still waiting for the timesheet to refresh to show us Russell's run three time. It's not there, so I'm just going to go down the timesheet quickly to give you an idea what the standings are. Currently, Billy White, Siobhan McCann, Ed Sinan, Christopher Snow, Brian Kerwin, Russell Stanworth, Declan Gannon, Willie Barrett, Shay Delaney, David Dempsey, John Pettit, Tommy Gardner, Keith Cullen, Dave Hughes, Seamus Morris, Ray Cunningham, and here's the bike marshal coming back down. Thanks to the bike marshals as well. It's tough for them as well. So where were we? John Pettit, Tommy Gardner, Keith Cullen. Just to let you know, but even the cows are moving to somewhere sheltered now. That's how bad it is. One is coming towards my caravan. The others are all going somewhere else. Unfortunately, no, I'm not going to let her in. So Keith Cullen, Dave Hughes, Seamus Morris, Ray Cunningham, Pierce Hendrick, Jack Hendrick, Clive Bradshaw, Graham Bradley, Paul Cullen, Connor Keane, Gary Bradley, Michael Tumulty, Mark No Doubt, Stephen Brennan, Chris Snow, Kieran Burke, John Hackett, John Farrell, Andy Purser, Paddy Mileage, Seamus Anderson, Enda Byrne, William Fogarty, Donald O'Sullivan, John F. Golden, Keane MacDonald, Michael Furlong, Pat Knox, Robert Cummins, Elaine Kerwin, Johnny Murray, Ethan Mulcahy, Kiva White, Jack Kelly, and Ray Fitzgerald. That cow is actually shouting at me as if to say, please let me into your caravan. I'm going to resist. I can't see the marshal at the moment on our hairpin. Oh, he's sheltering in the ditch. And there's Martin making his way to a different spot. It's probably a good spot for the still camera to get the cars coming towards him, and the single seater with the water splashing off the tires. I wonder, will they start with run 4 now straight away, or will they wait for the shower to pass? It is bad here. I'll show you the cow. Oh, here's the cow that wants to come into my caravan with me, but no, not gonna happen. But the shower has passed, and hopefully soon we'll have cars back on the road. We have a new angle now from Sennen, I see. I'll show you. So this is from the top of the hairpin, and you can see a few spectators that braved the elements today as well. Oh, and here's a car.
Right. I live about half a mile up there. What's my alternative for getting home?
Martin, did he go into Sarah? What's going on down there?
Sorry for the interruption there. I don't know what's happening on the hill, but the resident that lives on the hill had asked me how he'll get home. So hopefully he'll get sorted. Yeah, we seem to have a little bit of an interruption again. I don't see a flag. Maybe this is the interruption between the first and the second half of run 4. And there's a car on the start line, so I'll switch over to that. So now we know what the interruption was. Obviously, the one single-seater Russell, or single-seater driver, I should say, Russell Stanworth, who braved the elements, has gone up for his 4th timed run. We are still waiting for his 3rd timed run. Or have we got it yet? No, still not there. So I don't know whether there was an issue with the times, but we don't have a recorded time for Russell Stanworth for run 3. Neither have we any times for, oh, we do have a few times for run 4. So I just go down the list for run 4. Fastest in run 4 was Brian Kerwin in his Peugeot 205 rear-wheel drive, 129.43. Then Clive Bradshaw in the Peugeot 106 GTI, 131.76. Tommy Gardner then in the Honda Civic, 133.70. Willie Barrett in his Honda Type R, Honda FN Type R, 136.78. Martin O'Dowd in his Toyota Corolla, 140.59. Then we have Michael Tumulty in his Peugeot 106 GTI, 141.72. Stephen Brennan in his Honda Civic, 142.71. Christopher Snow, 143.47. Michael Furlong, 144.28. Dave Hughes, 144.55. Gary Bradley, 145.75. Seamus Morris, 146.16. Donald O'Sullivan, 147.29. Chris Snow, 147.54. Quiva White, 150.36. Pat Knox, 154.90. Cian McDonald, 2:49, and Jack Kelly 2:02:06. So these are the times that we have so far of run 4. Like I said, Russell braved the elements both in run 3 and run 4, but we don't have times for Russell, and they also aren't incorporated in the overall times yet. So we are waiting for Daryl to bring the cars back down for run 5. Here in Carlow, I'm not going to comment on the weather. All I can say is it's still raining or drizzling a bit, and hopefully it will stop, but I won't dare say what I think it's going to do because it's not doing what I think it's doing anyway. That cow has given up on me as well. She's trying to get into somebody else's caravan now. I'll just keep refreshing the times here because I'd like to give you an updated overall. Here we see Martin Gallagher. He seems to have given up on the weather as well and call it a day. Oh no, his tripod got caught, or his monopod got caught in the rail there. So here's the car coming down the hill. Russell Stanworth leading the pack. Not many cars braved it out for run 4 because the road was just so wet and probably equally slippy as this morning during practice run. So we can only hope it'll be better tomorrow. Yeah, unfortunately, no updated times for run 3 or 4. That's all we have. All I gave you there is all we have. So we're going to see what run 5 brings. It won't be a lot drier than what we have at the moment. So that was all the cars that went up for run 4. They are making their way back to the paddock now, and then we will see who has braved it for run 5. Although I see the marshal taking away the sign there from the tires. I wonder, has the club decided to call it a day for today? We shall see and find out. Meanwhile, I could give you a rundown of the classes. Once again, if you're thinking of sponsoring one of the classes that don't have sponsors yet, which are 9B and 10, please get in touch with a member of the commission. Class sponsorship for 1 year is €250, and the company name will be featured on the cars in that class during the launch and during our streams, as well as the end of the season prize given. So this contraption is coming my way, it seems. Maybe they've got food for me. So class 1A is the Bantam Saloon class, the Performance Factor class 5, production and modified production saloons and roadsters up to 1400 cc. I have a feeling the club has decided to open the road. So I'm just going to go down the classes and then I give you the overall times. Class 1A is sponsored by David Byrne Auto Repairs, and their website is shown here. I'll just show you the sponsors. It's dbyrneautorepairs.com. Then we have Class 1B, the Cento Challenge class, Fiat Cinquecento and Seicento as per technical regulations published on the Motorsport Ireland website. This class is sponsored by the late Simon McKinley, who, alongside Dermot Nolan, came up with creating this highly competitive class, which has served several drivers as a start into motorsport. Class 2 is the 1600 Saloon class, Performance Factor Class 4, Production, Modified Production Saloons and Roadsters, 1401 to 1650 cc. They are sponsored by DG Autos, who are based in Ballinity, County Limerick, and they are suppliers of new and used cars, vans, and 4x4s, and are a specialist in sourcing vehicles to their customer specifications. Declan is currently competing in an R5 Fiesta in both Hillclimb and some stage rallying events, and their website is dgautos.ie. Class 3A is the Super Saloon class, Performance Factor Class 3, Production, Modified Production Saloons and Roadsters between 1651 and 2100 cc. Front engine sports cars up to 1650 cc with car-derived engines and up to 1200 cc with motorbike-derived engines. Silhouette cars and space-framed saloons up to 1650 cc. They are sponsored by Barrett Trailers based in Kilfinane, County Limerick, and they are main dealers for Brian James Trailers, Cheval Liberté Horse Trailers, Debon Box Trailers, Toft Cattle and Agri Trailers, and Erde Trailers. And they have a huge range of trailer parts in stock and also repair trailers. They can be contacted through their website, barretttrailers.ie. That's 3 T's in the middle, barretttrailers.ie, or on 063 918 43. Class 3B is the Ultimate Saloon class, Performance Factor Class 2, Production, Modified Production Saloons over 2100 cc's, Roadsters over 2100 cc, and Silhouette cars from 1651 cc to 2100 cc, and Space Framed Saloons over 1650 cc. Front engine sports cars with bike derived engines over 1200 cc, front engine sports cars with car derived engines 1651 to 2100 cc, and four-wheel drive production saloons and modified saloons. They are sponsored by Dirk Yacht Charter. They specialize in skippered cruises on a very fast Red Bay 32-foot rib on Loch Dirk. And you can contact Paula or Rory Stevens for more information. Shout out to Rory and Paula, who are currently in the nether regions and neglecting their grandchildren here at the hill climbs. And hopefully we'll see them at the next hill or the one after. Class 3C is the sports car class, production performance factor class 1, silhouette cars over 2100 cc and rear engine sports cars, as well as front engine sports cars with car derived engines over 2100 cc. Alloy and Composite Saloons Unlimited sponsor here is the Galway Mini Centre, Ray Cunningham's business, and their website is, I think, galwayminicenter.com, but I get it there for you. Second. It's www.galwayminicenter.com. I'm going to refresh the times here once more for you because I don't want to let you go without an updated overall timesheet. Yeah, so we have the times here now. I'm going to give you the rest of the classes tomorrow, and I'm just going to run down the timesheet for you now. Fastest time of the day today was Billy White in his Renault Roger, 1:12:02, then followed by Siobhan McKen in her Ray, 1:14:87. Then we have Ed Sinnen in the Ford Escort, 1:15:51. Christopher Snow in the Civic, 1:15:52. Brian Kerwin then in his Peugeot 205 rear-wheel drive, 1:16:39. Russell Stanworth, 1:16:70. Declan Gannon, 1:16:96. Willie Barrett, 1:17:41. Shay Delaney, 1:17:78. David Dempsey, 1:18:01. John Pettit, 1:18:85. Tommy Gardner, 1:20:11. Keith Cullen, 1:20:54. Dave Hughes, 1:21:43. Seamus Morris, 1:22:14. Ray Cunningham, 1:22:15. Pierce Sandrick, 1:22:51. Then we have Jack Henrik, 1:23:22. Clive Bradshaw, 1:23:49. Graham Bradley, 1:23:79. Paul Cullen, 1:23:93. Connor Keane, 1:24:45. Gary Bradley, 1:24:95. Michael Tumulty, 1:25:33. Martin O'Dowd, 1:25:64. Stephen Brennan, 1:26:71. Chris Snow, 1:27:57. Kieran Burke, 1:27:71. John Hackett, 1:27:84. John Farrell, 1:28:30. Andy Purser, 1:29:64. Paddy Milet, 1:29:82. Seamus Anderson, 1:30:71. Enda Byrne, 1:32:09. William Fogarty, 1:33:30. Donald O'Sullivan, 1:33:62. John F. Golden, 1:34:41. Kean MacDonald, 1:34:59. Michael Furlong, 1:35:93. Pat Knox, 1:38:60. Robert Cummins, 1:38:78. Elaine Kerwin, 1:38:92. Johnny Murray, 1:40:23. Ethan Mulcahy, 1:42:33. Quiver White, 1:42:74. Jack Kelly, 1:48:52. And Ray Fitzgerald, 1:54:46. Thank you very much for tuning in to Benchpoint Video YouTube Live for round 7 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb Sprint Championship 2025. We are here in County Carlow and we hope to bring you more motorsport action from round 8 of the Alekto Irish Hillclimb Sprint Championship tomorrow. And thank you very much for tuning in and see you tomorrow.